Goeiemorgen.
No, wait, I'm still trying to get in the car.
Well, the very, very somber visuals there from the Independence Stadium. This is live as we speak, of course, a small contingency now moving with the body of the president, the casket of the late Dr. Hage Geingob being taken now from the Independence Stadium. The last time he will be leaving this heritage site, the Independence Stadium. This is, of course, where he was sworn in as president in 2015 on the 21st of March as the third president of the Republic of Namibia. That's, of course, also where he witnessed the swearing in of the founding father, him as the prime minister of an independent Namibia in 1990, the 21st of March. Of course, plenty of football matches by the Brave Warriors and the domestic teams that the president himself went to go and watch there as an avid football lover. And of course, the final goodbyes.
The Namibian Defence Force, as you can see on your screen, will continue with its noble task this morning to take the casket from Independence Stadium to Heroes Acre for the burial and the final resting place of our former Commander-in-Chief. The following route will be used from Independence, and the body will now leave Independence Stadium. They just entered the Rugby Street. After the Rugby Street, they will enter the Softball Street. Then they will go into Vika Street. And then after Vika, they will enter the St. Mike Bright Street, then Frank Frederick Street, Hours Road, B1 leading to Rehoboth, then arrive at Heroes Acre by 9:45. I earlier mentioned that this procession will provide the final highest military respect to the late Commander-in-Chief with the escort and the street lining of Namibian Defence Force troops along the turning point into Heroes Acre. And this will show the respect because all our troops will be in the street lining. They will salute as the casket pass by them. And we have about between 200 and 250 troops who are participating or line up in that street just after the turning off into Heroes Acre. Once the casket arrives at the entrance of Heroes Acre, the escort commander, Brigadier General Patrick Owen Orange, who is also at the same time the officer commanding Air Defense, he's the General Officer commanding Air Defense Brigade, will lead the procession until the internal flame. His deputy is Group Captain Sisamu, commander of Air Base Grootfontein. The escort commander, Brigadier Orange, will be followed by the military personnel in a brigade formation, which is called this time around the escort troops. They will be followed by the chaplain. They will be followed the casket with the military pallbearers will be just alongside the gun carriage where the pallbearers and bearers will also follow. The state chief mourner, His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, will also follow after the gun carriage. And then the chief of the defense force will follow the commander-in-chief, Air Marshal Martin Kambolo Pinias, who is the military chief mourner will follow the chief mourner, the president. Last but not least, the family and the widow, they will also follow. And then the procession will kick off immediately after the arrival of the casket at the internal flame.
In terms of this, of course, the major difference I'm seeing now is that yesterday and the day before on Friday, the procession did not include the widow and the family. But this procession from the Independence Stadium to the Heroes Acre does.
Yes, because on Friday, the family were at Casa Rosaria waiting for the casket to come home. And even when the casket was transported from Casa Rosaria to Independence, very few members of the family who accompanied the casket formed part and parcel of the procession. But this time around, some of the family members will join at Independence, and some might join at the entrance of Heroes Acre. But it is expected that they should form part and parcel of
the white painting at the bottom, Colonel, you were mentioning that it's not part of the standard color of the vehicles.
No, these vehicles were just painted white for this specific state funeral. White, it's always reflecting peace, love, but mostly it's peace. And that's why they were painted to be white for this ceremony and to make the ceremony more colorful than only having our usual color of camouflage.
Well, of course, from now, just to take a look at what you can expect also at the burial site at the Heroes Acre, it's going to be quite a very, very short program that is expected. If you look at the time right now, of course, we expect an arrival already of all the service chiefs, the judiciary, of course, also in attendance. It's one of those few occasions where all three branches of government are gathered in the same place, besides, I think, the opening of Parliament and the national budget appropriation bill announcement being the other two occasions that all three branches of government are usually together. Of course, we see the procession has started moving. Our time is exactly about 26 minutes past 9 o'clock. And Colonel, you're saying they're expected to arrive at 9:45 at Heroes Acre.
Exactly. At 9:45, we expect the casket to arrive at Heroes Acre. As you can see that they have already left Independence, and I believe they are now entering the softball street on their way to Heroes Acre. The formation that you can see, or the leading vehicle currently, that is the Agarare with the NDF chaplain, that is Wing Commander Jekonia Taukuheke. Jekonia Taukuheke will be joined by the bishop who will be leading the procession at Heroes Acre. I was informed that there is a bishop, I think even according to the program, there should be a bishop there. So the Agarare, it's followed by the gun carriage, pulled by the RG-32 armed personal carrier. That is the vehicle that is pulling the gun carriage with a casket on. And then they are also followed by the rear protection armed personal vehicle, two of them. Those are the armed personal vehicle. These ones are the forward protection, and then you have two forward protection and two rear protection. And then we also have, again today, our air support operation conducted by 3 helicopters, the Alouette, and then the Mi-24 helicopters. So that air operation is very, very critical to provide air support.
Those are, of course, just some visuals from the Heroes Acre as we speak. What's happening, of course, at the Heroes Acre as well. Live, we see that there is already attendance at the Heroes Acre, and the numbers, of course, are filling up slowly but surely as well. And these are, of course, some of the visuals from there. Colonel?
I spoke to you earlier that we have street lining. Those are the troops forming part of the street lining. It's a combination of both forces. You have the Army, the Air Force, and the Navy. Currently, the visuals that you are seeing, those are from the Navy in white. So they are waiting. Once the escort commander give the command, they will adopt they will salute and pay compliment as the casket of the late passed by them.
And you're saying that they're lining up right from the entrance of just the turn-off from the B1,
Just the
heading
turn
for
off.
Heroes Acre.
Just from the turn off until at the internal flame there.
What is the distance between the offices? Because it looks like it's calculated.
Yeah, the distance is between 5 to 10 meters between them. So it's a big number that you have there, more than 200 troops.
More than 200 troops that are now
Yes.
stationed just for that.
Yeah, on the side, alongside both left and right of the road.
Here we, of course, see also crowds in attendance there at the Heroes Acre. It will definitely get full before the beginning of the program at the Heroes Acre. Just to take a look at the order of procession for today, it will be the Namibia Defence Force Chaplain, the casket, His Excellency Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defence Force, Chief Mourner, and Madam Kengos, the widow, as well. The children and the grandchildren, representative, etc., are following after that. At 10 o'clock sharp, the program will start with the national and African Union anthems, and then remarks will be made by the Director of Ceremonies, the Director of the Ceremony, the Right Honourable Prime Minister of the Republic, Saraho Ngwela Madela, and the Minister of Defence, Honourable Franz Kapofi, are the Directors of Ceremony of the program today. After that, we'll have a prayer and scripture reading by Reverend Bishop Hage Geingob, Evangelical Lutheran Church in the Republic of Namibia. And then after that, we will have a performance by the Namibian Defence Force Military Band. And then basically the only speech at the Heroes Acre, a message by His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of Namibia and Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defence Force, and Chief Mourner will deliver that statement. Immediately after that, the casket is taken to the graveside, and then the removal of the flag by the bearers, and then the lowering of the casket will follow concurrently with the 21-gun salute and the fly past, and then there will be the last post and the revel as well, and then after that the rite of committal by retired Reverend Bishop Hage Geingob from the Evangelical Lutheran Church as well. After that, we'll have the covering of the grave by the Namibian Defence Force, and then the handing over of accoutrements to Madam Kengos, a widow, by His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia and Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defence Force.
Well, the procession is proceeding now to Heroes Acre. As you can see the visuals in front there, we have the city police and NAMPOL sweepers, followed by the front protection, that's the P05 armed personnel carrier, followed by the Agarare with the chaplain, NDF chaplain, Wing Commander Jaconia Taukuheke from Air Base Air Base Karibeb. And then we have the RG-32, also an APC, that is pulling now the gun carriage with the casket of our late president. And as we are seeing now, this is the street line that I have been talking about, from the main entrance there, actually from the turning point from B1 up to the internal flame in the Heroes Acre. So there you have members from the Namibian Navy, and then you also have some members from the Army and also from the Air Force. So those are the troops assigned to line up for receiving the casket as it passes through them. They will respect. They will pay a respect, which is a military honor, to the fallen late president.
Of course, in terms of what we've also seen there, the arrival of quite a number of international dignitaries. We have 18 heads of state, sitting heads of state, that are attending the funeral from across the world. We, of course, also have about 27 delegations on behalf of heads of state that could not be here, that are attending the funeral as well. And you see some of those arrivals at the Heroes Acre. Colonel, there's one important activity, of course, that also takes place towards the end, and that's when the handing over of the accoutrements to the widow by His Excellency. Of course, the flag is going to be removed from the coffin, and part of the accoutrements that will be handed over to the widow would be the flag as well. Just chat to us about the symbolic importance of that handover.
That will also consist of the headdress. That's the cape, the uniform, camouflage. That included the rank insignia of the former commander-in-chief, plus one of his awards, medals that was awarded to him during, I think, during his inauguration 2015, if I'm not mistaken. So that package will be handed over by the commander-in-chief to the family, in this case to the widow, to receive it. This is just an indication, or it's in memory that the commander-in-chief had a very big position in this country. Being a commander-in-chief, those rank insignia should be displayed somewhere in the house for future memory, to remember that this was for the president. And also the flag, it's a national symbol, and therefore giving it or presenting it to the widow and the family, it's very, very important for them to keep it as a memory that the late was someone very, very important, not only in Namibia, globally, and we will see how that procession is going to take place.
Of course, moving through Sean McBride now with the casket of the late president. These are live visuals from Sean McBride Street here in the city of Windhoek, headed to the Heroes Acre. The Heroes Acre, of course, the shrine where all the heroes of Namibia get laid to rest. I would also like to take the opportunity to welcome all our viewers that are joining us across sub-Saharan Africa. Thank you for joining us, and thank you for mourning with the Namibian nation and mourning for your fellow African leader. At the same time, I also like to welcome all the listeners that are joining us on our radio services, the radio language services, all 11 of them, of course, 9 different native languages are being represented, and that news and the burial of the president being brought in those different languages as well. So if you don't prefer English, you can always switch your audio to one of the local languages on the radio, and of course hear it in a language that you understand as well. In the next few minutes they will be arriving there, and then we can reflect on it. I'm still accompanied here in studio by Colonel Shulumbu.
The procession have just ended Frankie Fredericks Street, and they are passing behind Lady Pohamba, the hospital where our late president passed on. And immediately they will enter Ours Street or Ours Road, then into B1 leading to Rehoboth, then turn off into Heroes Acre. So with the timing, I don't think we are behind time. We have now about 10 minutes
to get there,
to get to Heroes Acre. And also the RG32 APC that is now pulling the gun carriage. The tires, you can see they are also painted white.
Painted white as well.
Yeah, it's just for this ceremony. It's not the normal color for that APC. And then you still have, at the rear, you also have those protection vehicles, the APCs, 05, P05 armed personal vehicle. And they are proceeding, and we expect them to arrive on time at Heroes Acre.
Of course, on your right-hand side there, that's the Lady Pohamba Hospital that accommodated the late president upon his arrival from the United States.
And I can see that they have also maintained the speed of between 20 and 35 kilometers per hour. They are not speeding, and they have enough time to just arrive at Heroes Acre as per plan or as per the program.
Of course, the streets are still lined up. There we have it on the right-hand side. That's the visuals of the Lady Bohamba Hospital there as well. We know, of course, that at independence on the 21st of March 1990, Dr. Geingob was appointed as the first Prime Minister, where he dismantled the apartheid administrative system in favor of inclusive public service geared towards serving the interest of all Namibians. And he served, of course, for 12 years in the position of Prime Minister before taking a brief hiatus from political sphere, and in 2005 returned as politics and served as chief whip of the SWAPO party in the National Assembly, and also chaired the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Economics. There we have it, of course, the arrival still continuing. That's the second president of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba.
And Madam Pohamba.
And Madam Pohamba, of course, arriving at the Heroes Acre. And immediately after that, according to protocol, we should be expecting the arrival of the founding father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sam Shafashuna Nujoma. Of course, following his election in 2007 as Vice President of SWAPO, Dr. Geingob was appointed in 2008 as the Minister of Trade and Industry. And as Minister, Dr. Geingob spearheaded the Small and Medium Enterprises or SME assistance through the Equipment Aid Scheme, the industry policy, and of course the creation of the SME Bank. These visuals you're seeing are live at the same time from the Independence, not the Independence rather, but the Heroes Acre on your left, and on your right-hand side, the procession that's heading to the Heroes Acre. A fervent defender, of course, of the unity of the Namibian people. There we have it, of course, that's the one of our guests of honor, a very, very good friend of the late president, His Excellency Masisi, the President of Botswana, arriving to be part of the procession for today. Of course, Namibia and Botswana, it's not only shared brotherly neighborness, but the two presidents also shared a very, very close bond as well. President Masisi being the first head of state to, in fact, make his way the following day after the passing of the president, immediately on the Monday, his way to Windhoek to come and pay respects and, of course, his condolences to the widow as well as the Namibian people. We will see more arrivals, of course, of those international guests and heads of state, about 18 of them present here in the country. We know at the memorial you didn't see the South African president, but he, of course, also arrived a bit later on, I think just after 8 o'clock last night. He arrived and he will be at the funeral. Cyril Ramaphosa, of course, His Excellency was here about a fortnight ago to come and pay respects before returning back to South Africa to handle official business on that end as well. The Emir of Qatar, Al Thani, also arriving. He, of course, also made efforts to head to Casa Rosalia yesterday after arrival and went to personally go pay respects to the widow as well as the Namibian people. Sheikh Hamad bin Khalifa bin Hamad Abdullah bin Jassim bin Mohammed Al Thani is his full name. He's a member of the ruling Al Thani Qatari royal family and was the ruling Emir of Qatar from 1995 until 2013 when he abdicated the throne, handing over power to his fourth son, Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani, who was born to his second spouse, Moza Nazir. The Qatari government refers to him as Father Emir, and he's referred, of course, in Qatar basically as the founding father on that end as well. Very, very strong business and economic ties that Qatar seeks to establish with Namibia, as they have that as well. There are, of course, visuals of the eldest son of the late President Mangaliso Geingob, Mangaliso Fernandez Geingob, also one of the pallbearers. The Chinese delegation, of course, also arriving there. We know the Chinese delegation, quite a high-level delegation, was also sent to come and represent these very, very serious trading partners of Namibia. And they have come in to pay their respects. Of course, also a strong statement of solidarity delivered by them at the memorial yesterday, highlighting the Pan-African efforts by the late president, as well as his knack for unifying whichever environment he finds himself in. China, of course, also indicating their recommitment to the solidarity and friendship between the two countries, and saying that despite what the country is going through right now, they can rely on China as a friend during all sorts of weather. Of the Angolan president, João Lourenço. The Angolan president, João Lourenço, of course, also came with a strong delegation of 22, accompanied by the first lady as well as the first daughter. João Lourenço, of course, quite close to our late president as well. Angola, a country that has a very, very rich brotherly history with Namibia. Our fight for the liberation struggle, some of it, of course, also waged there. The Kasinga Day, the massacre, the Kasinga massacre that took place, that is, of course, on the 4th in Angola as well. So the relationship between the two countries, quite a significant one there as well. In the frame there, you can see an elder statesman, Joaquim Chissano, the former president of Mozambique, also considered one of the elder statesmen. Of course, he's here alongside the likes of Olusegun Obasanjo, as well as Thabo Mbeki as elder statesman. Joaquim Chissano was the president of Mozambique from 1986 up until 2005. Quite a revered political figure in that country. And he's credited with transforming the war-torn country of Mozambique into a successful African democracy. After his presidency, Chissano became an elder statesman, an envoy and diplomat for both his home country and the United Nations as well.
The procession is about to arrive at the roadblock. As we can see that some of these visuals that are coming in are currently on B1, and we expect them to arrive anytime soon to Heroes Acre. The RG32 APC pulling the gun carriage is still proceeding on a good speed, which is between 20 and 35 kilometers per hour. It's followed by the rear protection. I should also mention that immediately after the roadblock, the protection will not enter Heroes Acre. The protection vehicles are likely to turn to the right to the new constructed road to Okahanja. They will break right, and then the gun carriage being pulled by the RG32 will continue into Heroes Acre. So it's only the army provost, the small cars might enter the Heroes Acre. Otherwise it will be a little bit difficult for them to turn around and maneuver in Heroes Acre, since the parking is also limited there.
We also saw just the arrival of the Mozambican President Philip Nyusi, and of course one can only assume that they came together with the elder statesman there as well, again indicating unity within that political space as well. He's been serving as the president of Mozambique since 2015, at the same time, of course, inaugurated the same year and the same time with our late president as well. And he's the current leader of the Frelimo party, the party that has governed Mozambique since its independence from Portugal in 1975. Additionally, he also served as the chairman of the Southern African Development Community, SADC, since August 2020. So they're currently sitting on the seat as the chair as well. And during his time, President Nyusi has promoted peace and security and signed multiple agreements with the Renamo, who is, of course, their arch rivals in Mozambique there as well. And talking about other elders, of course, in the political space there, Jerry Akanjo, former member of cabinet, of course, an anti-apartheid activist also arriving there, one of the founding members of the SWAPO party, and of course a very, very strong voice in the party until this day, arriving there to come and pay respects and say goodbye to his fallen comrade. The delegation from Nigeria also arriving there now, being received by Ambassador Ipumbu, the chief of protocol. On his right is the recently sworn in new Minister of Information and Communication Technology, Emma Theophilus. Emma Theophilus, of course, also forming part of that legacy of the late president, as he was very deliberate in terms of empowering young people. Only at the age of 23, the tender age, she became the youngest member of parliament by selection of the president, as part of his 8 that he has to appoint to the parliamentary structure, and only becoming the youngest member of parliament at 23 in the world. And now recently, about a fortnight ago, also appointed by the new president as the Minister of Information and Communication Technology, making her the youngest minister on the continent at the tender age of 27. In the area, of course, of youth development and support, the president having done quite a lot of work there as well, the appointment of the likes of Patience Masua as the member of parliament as well, and other roles and responsibilities that young people have been provided throughout his administration. He's also one of only 3 presidents on the continent that had a dedicated youth advisor in the president's office reporting directly to him as well, of course, in the form of Desiree Obal. We're seeing, Colonel, quite a lot of movement and the arrivals of the international delegates and guests, quite smoothly done as well. But I must appreciate that there is quite a lot of security apparatus that operates in the background. What is the kind of collaboration that you have when high-level delegations such as a president's visit?
What normally happens, both defense, NAMPOL, city police, or the security cluster, they come together. They also form up committees to discuss the security around the venue where the ceremony is going to take place. So there is a coordinated meeting from time to time that is being called, and they liaise and they discuss matters of security. And that's why you see that when people arrive, all the protocols are in place and everything, it's just moving smoothly. It's because these people, they have coordinated already who's to receive who, who's to provide what, who's to be where. Therefore, you don't see confusion. People are received on time. Immediately as they are arriving, there is already a dedicated person who go and receive them. And then you can see also the security personnel are also just in the background to make sure that everything is in place.
So you've got more arrivals at the Heroes Acre as well, as the casket is, of course, also making its way. If you just joined us, a very good morning to you and welcome. You are watching the live broadcast of the burial of the 3rd President of the Republic of Namibia and the Commander-in-Chief of the Namibia Defense Force, Dr. Hage Geingob. Of course, if you have missed any of the interviews, the previous interviews, then please do make sure to go to our YouTube platform so for you to be able to listen to some of those conversations. We see there the Zambian President, His Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, of course, arriving as well to Heroes Acre. Had quite a busy schedule over the last week, but made it right in the middle of the memorial service. Said he's not missing the funeral for any other reason. Of course, if we know the relationship between Zambia and Namibia, also a very, very special relationship that tracks back to the liberation struggle of Namibia. We know that many of the civil servants, including ministers, executive directors, of course, formerly known as permanent secretaries, all of them, close to 80% trained in Zambia at the United Nations Institute for Namibia, that is officially opened by the former president of Zambia, Kenneth Kaunda, in 1976, with the late President Geingob as the director during that time as well. Colonel?
Ricardo, I can see that the street lining has been extended from the turning point to the roadblock. And as I indicated earlier that the forward and the rear protection were not going to end the Heroes Acre, I can see that that road has been blocked and they could not turn to their right, but I can see they are proceeding to Heroes Acre because it's overcrowded. The traffic, the volume of traffic at that turning point, it's very high. So therefore, they have proceeded to Heroes Acre. So the street lining has started from the roadblock until at the internal flame. So the army have started, the army troops have started with the street lining at the roadblock, and this is now the turning point. They are already in the turning point. You can see the cascade, it's approaching actually the Heroes Acre.
It's much longer than we initially anticipated.
Exactly.
So we could be looking at way more than the 200 troops that you referred to a bit earlier.
Exactly. And the distance here, it's a little bit longer. Yeah, this is about 30 meters between. Can you see? 30 meters between. But as you approach the internal flame, the distance has been reduced to 10 to 15 meters.
There we of course see the President of Ethiopia also arriving there as well. Her Excellency Samia Hussein. Very, very special relationship with the people and the country of Ethiopia as well. Ethiopia houses the African Union in Addis Ababa, which is, of course, the center for our aspirations to become a united continent and a united people, a dream that the late President Hage Geingob bought into fervently as well. Of course, we are only one of about 5 African countries that sing the African Union anthem alongside our national anthem at all formal occasions where there are public office bearers present there as well. So a very, very important signal that the President of Ethiopia herself had made the way to be here and be part of this burial of a great son of the African soil, a great Pan-Africanist, as pointed out by Musa Faki Mohammed, the executive chairperson of the African Union Commission, in his tribute to the Namibian people as well as the widow, calling the president, of course, a Pan-African icon, a revolutionary, and one that has stood for the new vision of a united Africa. A bit earlier on, of course, we also witnessed the arrival of the Finnish president. We've got a very special relationship with Finland as well, Sauli Vainamo Niinisto, and he's the 12th president of Finland since the 1st of March 2012. Finland, of course, responsible for a large number of the missionaries that came, of course, in the northern parts of the country. You can tell that by some of the names that the locals have are also Finnish names there as well. And they are also responsible for assisting in the development of our civil society, the non-governmental sector in the country, and of course, and supporting the establishment and building up of our civil society as well. That's, of course, Finland there. We see the arrival of Frank Walter Steinmeier, Frank-Walter Steinmeier, of course, the president of Germany. He was previously the federal minister for foreign affairs from 2005 to 2009, and again from 2013 to 2017, as well as the vice chancellor of Germany from 2007 to 2009. And yesterday, of course, making the promise to say that it's just saddened that the president, unfortunately, will not be able to witness the success of the conversation around the genocide reparations that are currently underway there as well. Of course, in your screen now, the visuals of somebody who is no stranger to Namibians. That's Cyril Ramaphosa, the president of South Africa. He had quite a hectic schedule also during the week, but was here about 2 weeks ago to come and pay respects and tribute right after President Masisi arrived as well. And then he came late last night in the evening. That's why you did not see him at the memorial service, but he had to ensure that he does not miss the burial of his brother and friend and fellow comrade in arms. That's, of course, Cyril Ramaphosa, the president of South Africa. The relationship with South Africa stretching back to about 1910, 1911 between the two countries. And, of course, after that, some poignant dates between the relationship of the two countries. Of course, just yesterday, or 2 days ago, in fact, at the ICJ, the Palestinian authorities pointing out that if there is any country that can speak on the definition of apartheid, it can only be Namibia and South Africa. So the bonds between the two countries really solidified by that as well. Colonel?
We just witnessed also the arrival of General Mafwanya. General Mafwanya is the chief of the South African National Defence Force. He just arrived after His Excellency Ramaphosa.
We understand, of course, there are quite a number of generals that have come to support
Yes.
and pay their respects from the side of the Namibian Defence Force.
Yeah, you are correct. We have generals that came from Angola. We have also generals that came from Burundi. We have also generals that came from Tanzania. We have also generals that came from Zambia. We have also some generals that also came from other SADC countries.
There is, of course, one particular general that's coming from Kenya, who was the deputy force commander
Yes.
of the UNTAG
Yes.
during the elections.
That is Lieutenant General retired Opande. Lieutenant General Opande was here in 1989 until 1990. He was the deputy force commander for UNTAG. And we know the Kenyans, the role that they have played during that time of UNTAG. And they even remain here after independence to assist with certain technicalities when it comes to the establishment of the Namibian Defence Force. So we started with the Kenyans assisting us, and they've been here for a quite long time, from 1989 to 1990.
I think who I'm seeing on the screen there is, I think the arrival of, is that Musa Faki? No, I don't think that's Musa Faki. Of course, the white hair is what gave it away a bit there as well. But we know, of course, the number of other eminent persons also joining, like it was mentioned, the Lieutenant General, this Musa Faki. And yes, there we see on the screen, of course, another statesman that has the African unity at the heart of his sleeve. That's the president of Ghana, Nana Akufo-Addo Dankwa, arriving, of course, and being received by Ambassador Ipumbu. The president of Ghana, Nana, has been a stern and very, very vocal critic, of course, of Western policies towards the third world, particularly Africa. At the recent African Union Heads of State Summit about a fortnight ago in Addis Ababa, of course, him pointing out and making radical propositions saying that African countries need to move to trading at least 30% of their trade volumes amongst African countries. Nana Akufo, a stern supporter of economic liberalization of the continent. And talking about that as well, we've also seen President William Ruto taking the same approach and talking about economic emancipation of the continent and part of that dream of Dr. Hage Geingob.
Ricardo, the procession has just arrived at the entrance of Heroes Acre, and I believe by this time around they are waiting now for the chief mourner, that's now His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, to join, and also the family, including the widow, and immediately the procession will continue to approach the internal frame. I should also mention that the other general that has also arrived is General Christian Chiwewe from DRC. He is the chief of the defense force of the DRC Defense Forces.
Also being represented there as well by Juan Esteban Lazo Hernandez, that just arrived there as well. It's been the president of the National Assembly of People's Power, the Cuba's parliament, since 2013. And previously he was also the vice president of the Cuban Council of State and a member of the Politburo of the Communist Party of Cuba since 1980, and the National Assembly of People's Power member since 1981. So these are some of the really close personal friends of the late president, the likes of Esteban Lazo Hernandez. You know, Cuba has been a friend of Namibia, not only a fair weather friend, but an all-weather friend of Namibia as well. We have, in fact, even as we speak, a contingent of doctors, medical practitioners from Cuba in the country. They have been very, very strong in assisting us in that regard as well. Not only in that, we've also had cooperation in the sports field with Cuba as well, physiotherapists and doctors of sports also coming from Cuba. And of course, who can forget the likes of the late Dr. Abraham Yambo, of course, went and got their tertiary education in Cuba as well. He was quite fluent in Spanish and often would show off those skills also. So Cuba, not a fair weather friend, but a friend of all seasons of the Republic of Namibia.
Ricardo, I don't know if you have picked up something as from yesterday, that all heads of states that came for the state funeral, they are accorded military officers who act as their ADC. ADC means aid the camp. These are security personnel provided to these high dignitaries who came for the state funeral. So each of them, not only the heads of state, even some higher ranking dignitaries from outside the country, they are also provided with ADCs. ADCs, I mentioned earlier that it's aid the camp. This is the guy who's providing security of this head of state who has arrived, or this dignitary, during the time while he or she is in Namibia.
And that's different from the bodyguard who is just strictly there for security purposes.
Yes. So the defense has provided such people that they should be providing security to the visitor.
Are they supposed to be from a particular rank?
Yeah, most of them are from the rank of lieutenant colonel, or as a senior officer, which is a major, from a major, lieutenant colonel to colonels. It depends.
Of course, in our visuals there, McHenry, Venani as well. Sometimes you think how some of these leaders, those who are of course close to the president, are handling this as well. But as he would have loved to say, the business must continue. The business of running the country must continue. The country must continue to function. Well, of course, always his words as well.
So the rear protection and the forward protection APCs will end up at the entrance of Heroes Acre. You will not see them entering Heroes Acre. You can see that they have already turned out of, they are making way for the other motorcade to come in. You can see they are turning to their right. So the only vehicle that will remain here, it's now the Agarare with a chaplain, and then the gun carriage pulled by the RG32, and then the mourners, the pallbearers and bearers. They are the only ones who remain in the procession. And the visuals in front of you now or on your screens are the escorts, the whole brigade getting ready to march and for the parade to kick off. And then you have also the Army Sergeant Major, Warrant Officer Batista Pea, who is commanding the bearers, the Formation Sergeant Major and Command Master at Arms. So they are just getting ready and prepare for the procession to kick off.
Police Sir Joseph Shikongo, also in display there as well, of course responsible for internal security also during this time as well. And he was on the platform, and during his tribute conversation we had, informing us how the president trusted the advice of the security cluster, of which he is part of. Said that even though he was somebody who had strong opinions, he always followed the advice from the security chiefs and the advice that comes from the security cluster. Said that he has never received any call at any time from the president to interfere in the operations and the business of the police, and said that he was a man that not only spoke about respecting the rule of law, but practice it, even though he had the power to step over bounds every now and then. He never exercised it, according to Inspector Joseph Shikongo. Of course, the same utterances also by the Bank of Namibia governor during his tribute, Johannes Kabachab, saying that the Bank of Namibia as an institution is as independent as it gets, saying that he had never received any call or any instruction from the president interfering in the operations or even inquiring on the business of the bank unless where it's legally required to be done so. Live visuals coming from the Heroes Acre here in Windhoek, just on the outskirts of Windhoek City. And of course, slowly but surely, we are coming to our end here in the studio as we're getting ready to cross over live to the Heroes Acre. At the Heroes Acre, we have Kadambire Demburuka, veteran presenter and producer, also from the NBC, formerly standing by, and alongside Nora Apollos, of course, who was with me in studio on Friday. Part of presentation they will of course be taking over a bit later on as well, and there's some aerial views of how it is looking like at the acre at the moment. Of course, Namibians showing up in their numbers to pay their final tributes to the Commander-in-Chief. Of course, we're about to close off here in the studio. Colonel, from your end, any final message that you want to share with the Namibian nation, the African nation, and of course the world that's watching right now?
Yes, I would like to say something, to say that the late president was a man with a remarkable ability to connect with everyone he met, be it an ordinary person, and he made friends wherever he went. He was a person who was open for consultation and for engagement with anyone. His office doors were open to Namibians. Also in the region, especially I listened to His Excellency Ramaphosa, the President of the Republic of South Africa during the State of Nation in Cape Town. He told South Africans that as Africa, we have lost a champion of African peace, unity, progress, and development. So he remembered His Excellency that he was full of jokes. And one of them, or I remember the president, that he was a man full of jokes. And at one time, a journalist, at State House, he told the journalist that during COVID, he said, use common sense, use your common sense. So I enjoy his...
Well, of course, thank you very much, Colonel, for making time out to join us here. Colonel Peter Shilumbu from the Public Relations Office in the Namibia Defence Force, talking to us this. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure having you over the last 3 days.
Thank you, Ricardo.
Well, on that note, it's fast time now to cross over to the stadium to hand over to Gadambile and Mburuka, as well as Sonora Opolas that are standing by. And I think from my side, the only thing I can say is now, from us, it's over to you at the Heroes Acre.
Turning that side, because where you are, we may have some challenges.
And a very warm welcome to all our viewers, our radio listeners, to this special NBC broadcast on this terribly, terribly sad day when we are going to lay the late President, Dr. Hage Geingob, to his final resting place. We'd also like to extend a warm welcome to all the viewers in Africa on the DSTV channel, or where DSTV has a footprint across Africa. You're watching us live on the NBC DSTV channel. And the people in the diaspora can watch the proceedings on YouTube. And this is because we want everybody to experience and to be part of this historic day. We are here at Heroes Acre on a bright, sunny day to lay the president, the late president, to rest. My name is Nora Apollos, and I'm joined by my co-presenter.
My name is Gadambile Mburuka. As we have rightly stated, it's quite an occasion to behold. It's a sad occasion at some level, but also a celebration of a life well lived. Dr. Hage Geingob is a outstanding personality that lived a distinguished career in the service of his people, and that's why you can see Namibians from all walks of life have made it to the Heroes Acre to bid farewell to their former commander-in-chief, bid farewell to their president, bid farewell to a man who was their founding prime minister, bid farewell to a man who was the chairperson of the Constituent Assembly, and I can go on and on and on.
Absolutely, absolutely. In fact, there is a close, I would estimate the crowd at close to 20,000, or I don't know. I may be optimistic, but I know that rough estimates, Heroes Acre can take 10,000 people. This is what I was told, and of course we have dignitaries from all walks of life. We have 27 heads of delegation, 27 countries present here, including 17 heads of state and heads of government. And some of these include the presidents of Zambia, Botswana, the former president of South Africa. You've got the prime minister of Sao Tome and Principe. You've got the president of DRC, Democratic Republic of Congo, who is here. You've got the prime minister of Rwanda. You've got the president of Burundi. You've got the president of Sierra Leone. You've got the president of Zambia and Ghana. So across the board, people have come to pay tribute. And we could hear in the various tributes that took place yesterday the glowing terms in which they described the late President Hage Geingob.
Indeed, and obviously there are some dignitaries that made their way into the country late yesterday. President from Zambia, for instance, flew in very late in the day. We have also seen the arrival of royal members of the United Kingdom, royal family. Princess Royale has also made her way here as well, representing her brother, King Charles, as well. So the Commonwealth quite represented, because Namibia is a member of the Commonwealth, but also, as we are rightly pointing out, neighbors from the SADC region, far afield in other countries as well, East Africa, West Africa, well represented. But it goes to show, yes, that indeed Dr. Hage Geingob was a friend to many on the African continent. He was a diplomat par excellence, and that's how he's being described. And that's why they are here, to pay their last respects. Some obviously due to their hectic schedules have returned to their countries, but we do have a sizable contingent of heads of state that are still in country.
And that are still present here, at Heroes Acre. I'm going to give you a brief rundown of what we should expect here at Heroes Acre. All the dignitaries have arrived. Most of them have arrived. Some of them are still making their way to the stadium, to Heroes Acre rather. The body lay in state the whole night at Independence Stadium, where the memorial was held yesterday. And it has lain in state throughout the night, and it is now making its way to Heroes Acre on the gun carriage with a military procession. And it is expected at Heroes Acre any minute now, and obviously we will cross over when the funeral cortege arrives at Heroes Acre. With the arrival of the funeral cortege, that will mark the beginning of the official program, and this will be officiated by the Minister of Defense, Mr. Franz Kapofi, as well as the Prime Minister, Sarah Kukongelwa Amadela. So these will be the two directors of proceedings. The only speech, usually at Heroes Acre, at the burial, the ceremony is very short because all the speeches were made yesterday. So today's ceremony will be extremely short, and it will only be the benediction and then the final words by the President, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, and then it will be the committal into the grave. So it's going to be a very short ceremony. It will not be as lengthy as what happened yesterday.
And in the pictures there, we are seeing the NDF making their way up the hill to the foreground of the Heroes Acre, where the program will commence. We have pointed out there will just be one speech that will be delivered. However, in keeping with the stature of a sitting president, there are several things that are going to take place that are unique to this particular ceremony. We expect the burial place of our former president to be quite unique as well, in keeping with the recognition and acknowledgement of his excellent service to the Namibian people. So there are quite a few things that will be quite new that we have never seen before. We have done these programs of burying our heroes at this national shrine before, so we are used to the activities that take place here. However, as I'm pointing out, today is a unique program.
Absolutely. And in fact, yes, the president's grave is going to have a roof over it, a mausoleum of sorts. So that is where he is actually going to be laid to rest. That will be his final resting place. Kadambiri, over the last 2 days, people have been filing past his body. First, it was lying in state at Parliament Gardens before it was moved to Independence Avenue for the memorial service. And over those 2 days, it was lying in state. And thousands, literally thousands of people filed past to pay tribute. The whole 2 nights. The fact that it was night, the fact that it was raining didn't deter Namibians. They came out in their hundreds, thousands, to pay respect to their president. Previously, on the Friday, the military had a procession through the streets of Windhoek to say goodbye in their own way to their commander, to their fallen commander-in-chief. And the procession moved through designated areas of Windhoek, designated streets. And all those streets, we were told, were of special significance to the late president. They went through Moses Garraweb Street, for instance, who we know was a comrade in arms of President Hage and a close friend as well. They came through the trenches, they shared the trenches, and they came through the struggle for decades together. It also went through Hendrik Witbooi Street, and we know that Hendrik Witbooi was one of the stalwarts of the liberation struggle. And of course, it went through Sam Nujoma Drive. And as the founding president, Sam Nujoma was a mentor, political guide, political inspiration to not only the late president, but to many freedom fighters, and not just Namibian freedom fighters from other countries as well. In fact, we had a conversation with the former South African president, Thabo Mbeki, where he said that, look, we shared a common vision with the Namibians, with SWAPO, as it were. And this is one of the reasons where he and the late president often had discussions around. And they looked at how they were going to build a better Africa and a better Namibia and South Africa for the benefit not only of citizens of those countries, but of Africans in general.
And spontaneous moments where Namibians have been paying their respects to their fallen leader. We have seen in several parts of the country, the 14 regions of the country, services being held in celebration and remembrance of Dr. Hage Geingob. We've also seen at Namibian residences abroad, at our high commissions and embassies, services being held. We have seen at universities as well services being held. So these spontaneous, these spontaneous celebrations that we have seen really are a testament to the character of the man and the character of this beloved president. And one of the things that we are pointing out is last night I made a turn at the Independence Stadium trying to get in a queue myself. I didn't manage because the line was just very long. This morning I stopped by as well. The line was still pretty long as well. So Namibians are, if they did not physically manage to attend some of those ceremonies, some of those events, they are getting this moment now, watching these events live as the president is finally being laid to rest.
Yes, the funeral cortege is making its way into Heroes Acre, and we were noting yesterday already a difference in the way the casket is being carried. Usually it's an open, it's left open on the gun carriage.
Yes.
But in this instance, it is covered, and it is covered in a glass enclosure. But you can clearly see the flag-draped casket, but it is in a glass enclosure. And that already is a departure from the norm.
The President of the Republic just behind, in that picture that we are seeing, the former First Lady as well. They are right behind the casket.
Yes, and of course the President is the chief mourner in this instance.
What a moving tribute from the former First Lady, the poise, the dignity in which she delivered her tribute to
Indeed.
her best friend. She described the late president and
My husband.
My husband. Social media was reacting to that particular speech in glowing terms, obviously, but it takes a certain character, a certain strength to be able to mourn and to be able to say goodbye to somebody so close in such a public manner.
Exactly. Yeah, in the full glare of not only local media but international media, and it takes a great deal of inner strength and resilience, and she pulled it off beautifully, indeed.
The NDF, we understand they are also civilian pallbearers, and you are seeing McHenry Venani, leader of the official opposition, former cabinet minister Afeus Narusap, that's the president, Angolo Mbumba.
And his son, President Geingob's son, firstborn son, Mangaliso Geingob, is also one of the civilian pallbearers. So is the Deputy Prime Minister, John Mutora, as well as the retired Lieutenant General Martin Shali, and then, of course, Ben Amadela, former cabinet minister. These are the civilian pallbearers.
Quite a strong international media contingent as well.
Yes.
That are following this particular ceremony. We have journalists covering this from afar that have made their way into the country, capturing every moment, and so these pictures are being beamed globally. President Cyril Ramaphosa also making his way in yesterday, so he's represented here.
As well as the president of Angola. He arrived earlier. João Lourenço arrived earlier. Yesterday we also saw the arrival of the Cuban delegation, the president of Ethiopia,
the widow.
The widow in the foreground here. Former First Lady Monica Gengos. And she is accompanied by the children of Dr. Geingob.
Embracing now the First Lady of the Republic of
the
Namibia,
First Lady.
Madame Bumba, acknowledging her in her tribute last night as well,
Absolutely.
saying she played a huge role, not only after the tragic event,
in terms of support as
in terms
well,
of support, but
when she was in hospital
yes,
with the president.
but also before that, very close relationships between the Bumbas and the Geingobs.
Yeah, well, this relationship goes back many decades to their exile days. They've always been very close. And this continued, obviously, after independence.
President Bumba, coincidentally the first secretary to cabinet, working very closely with the then founding prime minister. And then later on he became minister, several portfolios, Minister of Finance, Minister of Agriculture, Minister of Safety and Security, amongst other portfolios that he has held in government until he led the SWAPO party as Secretary General and later appointed Vice President by President Geingob.
The proceedings this morning are expected to be very, very short. They will not be as long as those yesterday at the memorial service. We can see a huge contingent of media, and a lot of the media here are those accompanying their heads of state and their heads of government. And there is a huge media scrum.
Mr. Nora, you had an earlier discussion. You went to meet and welcome the former president's son,
Yes.
his
yes.
eldest son, who's also now serving this
As one of
as a pallbearer.
yes.
Really,
yes.
the whole entire family
Yes.
are really people of strength during these moments where they had a sort of a public, very public.
Yeah. In fact, a very little known fact is that President Geingob is actually survived by two siblings, his older brother and his younger sister, and they are also present. But because of their frailty, they were not able to participate at all the memorials, but they were here, they were there yesterday, and they're definitely here today. Yes, I did speak to President Geingob's firstborn son, Mangaliso Geingob, and he acknowledged that it was a very difficult time for the entire family, but they took great comfort in the support and the show of love and gratitude that the people of Namibia and indeed the foreign dignitaries have had for their father. And this gives them great comfort.
we are taking in the sights and sounds as we welcome the President, Heroes Acre.
I announce the arrival of His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma, founding president and father of the Namibian nation. Follows closely the President, His Excellency Dr. Nandumba, the First Lady, and the widow, Madam Monica Geingob. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear mourners, we are now ready to start with our program, and we start with the national and AU anthems. I would like therefore to request that we all rise for the national and AU anthems and for the NDF band to lead us. Thank you very much. Yes, I would like to announce the arrival of His Excellency Dr. Chakwera of Malawi. You are welcome, Your Excellency and Madam. Your Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, and Madam Monica Gengos, the widow, and the children, grandchildren, and the entire bereaved family of the late Dr. Hage Geingob, Your Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma, founding president and father of the Namibian nation, and Madam Nujoma, Your Excellency Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, second President of the Republic of Namibia, and Madam Pohamba, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, and other foreign dignitaries, Your Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwa, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia and of the SWAPO Party, and Lieutenant General Retired Ndaitwa. Honorable Professor Peter Kachavivi, Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Lucas Sinimbo Muha, Chairperson of the National Council, and Madam Muha, Your Lordship Peter Shivute, Chief Justice, and Judge Shivute, Honorable John Mutorwa, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Works and Transport, and Madam Mutorwa, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Sophia Shaningwa, Secretary General of the SWAPO Party, Honorable McHenry Venani, Leader of the Official Opposition, and Madam Venani, Honorable Members of Parliament, distinguished veterans of the National Liberation Struggle, and the rank and file of SWAPO Party, Honorable Laura McLeod Kashirwa, Governor of the Commerce Region, and all other regional governors present here, Her Worship Queen Kamati, Mayor of the City of Windhoek, and all other mayors present, Chief Emmanuel Gaseb, Chairperson of the Council of Traditional Leaders, and other traditional leaders present here, members of the diplomatic corps, service chiefs, members of the clergy, fellow mourners. We are here today at these sacred grounds where we lay to rest the sons and daughters of our land who have distinguished themselves by their deeds and have been accorded the hero status, to lay to rest one such distinguished Namibian, Dr. Hage Gottfried Geingob, our departed third president of our republic. These grounds shall become the new home of Dr. Geingob's mortal remains from today. He has joined the many other statesmen and women of outstanding character whom we hold in reverence. He has completed his tasks on earth and now takes his rest. While his remains shall be interred here, he will continue to be with us through the memories we shared and the legacy of his outstanding work and patriotism shall continue to inspire us to uphold our common values and strive for our common goals. It is these shared values that have bound us together and the common goals that have inspired us to pull together in the same direction, as per the call under Harambee Prosperity Plan. So although we are heartbroken, we shall let our beloved President go. After a long life of hard work and sacrifices, he will now be taken care of by the Almighty, who will give his soul peaceful rest until we meet him again. Let us, at this parting time with our departed President, also celebrate the richness of the life he lived. Let us honor his memories by embodying the virtues he exemplified, by living each day with purpose, and by making a positive impact in our own ways. Comrade President Hage Geingob, your physical presence will be profoundly missed, but your spirit remains a guiding force in our nation. Your legacy of impactful and transformational leadership is a treasure that we will carry forward. In our hearts, your memory will forever resonate. No one must feel left out. Go well, our leader. With these remarks, I welcome your excellencies and fellow Namibians to the final send-off of our beloved president. I would now like to call upon Reverend Bishop Zacchaeus Cabe of the Evangelical Lutheran Church in the Republic of Namibia to conduct a prayer and do scripture reading. Bishop Cabe.
Thank you very much, the directors of proceedings. Allow me to stand on the protocol as established right now. Let us read and pray. Let us pray. Triune God, from whom we come and to whom we go, grant us the favor of your divine presence at this time in our earthly pilgrimage. Assure us by your Holy Spirit to comfort us while we are at this funeral of His Excellency President Dr. Hage Geingob. We are praying in the name of God the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Dear bereaved Madam Monica Geingos, the widow, children, grandchildren, extended families, and the entire sisters and brothers gathered here today. We are gathered to pay our final respect to His Excellency President Dr. Hage Geingob. He was elected in 2014 as the third President of the Republic of Namibia and sworn in on the 21st of March 2015, as well as re-elected for second term in 2019. Sadly, on Sunday, the 4th of February 2024, His Excellency President Dr. Hage Geingob passed away. At this moment of lowering the casket, officiating the rite of committal, and covering of the grave of our beloved President Dr. Geingob, I shall meditate on a biblical text from the Word of God as recorded in the Gospel of John, chapter 14, verse 1 to 4, and it reads as follows. Trust in God, trust also in me. In my Father's house are many rooms. If it were not so, I would have told you, I am going to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come back and take you to be with me, that you also may be where I am. Dear sisters and brothers, allow me to share concisely two important theological ideas from this text. One of the remarkable ministries of Jesus Christ was to make a living space here on earth. In Luke 6, 20 to 21, Jesus says, "Blessed are you who are poor, for yours is the kingdom of God. Blessed are you who hunger now, for you will be satisfied. Blessed are you who weep now, for you will laugh." Remarkably, Jesus worked in his ministry here on earth to secure for people a place that they shall call home. Likewise, we remember President Hage Geingob. He was a builder of a Namibian house. His wisdom to build this nation house, Namibian house, was taken from Proverbs 24, verse 3 to 4, and I quote, "By wisdom a house is built, and through understanding it is established. Through knowledge its rooms are filled with rare and beautiful treasures," unquote. Therefore, he time and again struggled to enhance service delivery, economic recovery, such as inclusive growth, and to strengthen Namibia in terms of socio-economic challenges. In order to build the country, he said the following on Heroes Day, 26 August 2018, at Ngurenguru, Kavango West region, and I quote, "As we work for a better Namibia in which no one should feel left out, let us hold hands in the spirit of Harambee," unquote. In other words, the first and second Harambee Prosperity Plan clearly indicate President's desire for the nation, which is aimed at inclusivity and improved living. President Geingob is remembered for the mantra, "No one should feel left out." It means President Geingob ensured that social grant increased and also expressed the desire to increase the pension of senior citizens and grant of most vulnerable before his reign ends in March 2025 to 3,000 Namibian dollars. As the Bible says in Matthew 11:15, whoever has ears, let them hear. Secondly, preparing the pathway to heaven. Everyone wants to go to heaven. As a matter of fact, no one wants to be left out to taste the beauty of heaven. Jesus went there to prepare a place for us, and we can go there, but in God's way. We cannot get there by any other means. Jesus' way. God provided Jesus to know the way, show the way, and go the way. All we have to do is follow him, and he will lead us. It means the following. As Christians, we live in two worlds at the same time. We are residents of the earth with very real responsibilities that God has given us to fulfill. But we also are citizens of heaven. While we are here, we are making preparations for there. It means to prepare the road, a pathway to heaven. Now, let's look at the way to prepare for heaven. Make the most of your time. Average lifespan for most people, he said, as of our life, they contain 70 years, 80 years. Remember our days, that we may present to your heart of wisdom. It means God has given us wisdom to plan our pathways here on earth and to heaven. In the person of President Geingob, we have discovered two characteristics. President Geingob will be remembered as both a lion and a lamb, as the roaring lion and a humble lamb. Such a person with a heart of a lion and the soul of a lamb does the following. Empower us to build houses here on earth with the strength of a lion, no matter what challenges we may face. In other words, be like Jesus, and serve others, feed the hungry, clothe the naked, and comfort God's people. Simultaneously, the soul of a lamb is needed. Fill your soul with spirituality and love for God. Be a person of righteousness as well as a social activist. In short, pray while striving for social justice, or in Latin, ora et labora. Finally, President Hage Geingob has gone home. We can be with him again if we know the way home. Jesus can and will show you the way if you let him. Let us lay this great man to rest with fervent hope of resurrection on the last day. Let us pray. O Lord, our Lord, we come into your presence this morning to mourn the passing of our President, Dr. Hage Geingob, a father, a grandfather, and a firm Christian believer. We also come to celebrate a life well lived, a life that served you and followed your leading. We come to be comforted in our sorrow and pray that your Spirit would cover us with peace that passes human understanding. We know that just as you walk with our President throughout his entire life, you are walking with him now in his new home, his true heavenly home. Be with our nation as our President in Christ has moved on to his higher calling, and allow us to never forget the contributions and efforts that Dr. Geingob made on your behalf in this world. In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen. Thank you, Director of Ceremonies.
Thank you very much, Bishop Cape. I now invite the Namibian Defence Force Military Band to give us one performance. Thank you very much, NDF. We now come to the final item before we take the remains of our departed president to where we will give him a permanent home on earth. And that item is the message by His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia and Commander-in-Chief of the Namibian Defense Force, and also, of course, the Chief Mourner. I invite you, Your Excellency, to the podium.
Director of Ceremonies of this burial service, Right Honorable Sarah Kugongerwa Madira, Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, Madam Monica Geingob, the Geingob children, grandchildren, and the extended family. Your Excellencies, Head of States and Government, Your Royal Highnesses, and other foreign dignitaries present. Your Excellency Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia. Your Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma, Founding President of the Republic of Namibia and Father of the nation. Your Excellency Dr. Hifikepunye Pohamba, Second President of the Republic of Namibia. Once again, Your Excellencies, former heads of state and government, Honorable John Mutorwa, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Works and Transport, Honorable Professor Peter Hichevika-Chavivi, Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Lucas Sinimbo Muha, Chairperson of the National Council, Your Lordship Peter Shivute, Chief Justice, Honorable Ministers and Deputy Ministers, Honorable Comrade Sophia Shaningba, Secretary General of the SWAPO Party, Honorable Makendi Venani, President of PDM and Leader of the Official Opposition, Honorable Members of Parliament, Governors, Mayors, diplomats, distinguished service chiefs, Bishop Kaib, Chief Emmanuel Gassep, Chairperson of the Council of Traditional Leaders, all our religious and traditional leaders, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the media houses, fellow mourners. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here on these hallowed grounds of Heroes' Acre, the final resting place of heroes and heroines who resisted the scourge of colonialism since 1884, culminating in the National Armed Resistance in 1966 and independence in 1990. They bravely sacrificed their lives for our freedom. Indeed, we pay respect to these gallant sons and daughters whose courage, fortitude, and valiant exploit contributed to the independence of the Republic of Namibia and the advancement of her people. Today, they are joined by a national hero who excelled in his assigned tasks as a courageous freedom fighter, as a unifying chairperson of the Constituent Assembly, as the consequential first Prime Minister and the third President of the Republic of Namibia, and the ruling party, SWAPO. Today, they are joined by their fellow hero, a son of the soil, a revolutionary icon, and the torchbearer of freedom, justice, and equality, Comrade Dr. Hage Geingob. The constant struggle and strife which defines the living world is no longer a concern to these celebrated brave warriors and statesmen, for he has fought the good fight. He has finished the race. He has kept the faith. Today, he can return home to the everlasting kingdom where eternal rest and peace awaits. Matthew 11, verse 28, we are invited, and I quote, "Come to me, all you who are weary and burdened, and I will give you rest," end of quote. Dear Comrade Geingob, you have fought valiantly and consistently without wavering for your family, for the entire Namibia, and the oppressed people throughout this world until your very last breath. It is now time for you to rest. It is now time for you to part. Yes, it is now time for us to let go. May you no longer be weary, and may you no longer be burdened. Leave the worries of this world and the worries of Namibia to the present and future generations and go in peace. We will take care of your Namibian house and the needs of the citizens, the sovereigns. In our governance, we will continue to uphold the Constitution of the land as the supreme law. We will strive to be transparent, accountable, and inclusive. Yes, we will continue to pursue the second struggle for economic freedom of Namibians with the required urgency, efficiency, and effectiveness until shared prosperity and social justice are achieved for our citizens. To Madam Monica Geingob, the children, the extended family and friends, the entire nation stands shoulder to shoulder with you in this solemn moment as we bid farewell to President Geingob. To your excellencies who have traveled from far and near to pay your last respect to President Geingob, take comfort and be strong in the wonderful legacy that he has left with us. The legacy of universal solidarity and extraordinary service to humanity. Your Excellencies and other dignitaries, I would like to thank you for the honor of your presence. Some of you have gone an extra mile and declared national mourning days in your own countries. Furthermore, through your contributions, you have ensured a dignified send-off for your brother and our president. The government and the people of Namibia deeply appreciate your demonstrated solidarity in our hour of need. Now, our president and our commander-in-chief, His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob, rest in perfect peace as we salute you farewell until we meet again. May God Almighty grant unto you eternal rest and make his perpetual light shine upon you. Farewell, the people's president, and I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency the President, for those final remarks in sending off our departed President on behalf of all of us. We have now come to the end of the program here. We would now move to the grave sites where our departed President would be laid to rest. There are arrangements for how we go there that will be announced. There is no space for all of us there. So we are implored to remain here except those that would be invited to join. And we would always have an opportunity to
And I should mention that it's going to be a little bit challenge looking at the ground level of where the gravesite is.
So it's quite high.
It's very high. So the RG32M armed personal carrier will try to pull the gun carriage up to make sure that it reaches its final destination, where we are going to rest our late president. So now the pallbearers and the bearers, maybe I should make it very, very clear that this time around it's so special that it is our late president, and since he was accorded a state funeral, the state funeral pallbearers are major generals. supported by the brigadier generals, or equivalent. When I'm saying equivalent, I'm referring to other senior officers at the Navy and Air Force. If he's not a major general, then the rank on the other side of the Navy or Air Force, it's called either a Rear Admiral or Rear Admiral Junior Grade with the Navy, while with the Air Force, it's called Air Vice Marshal. That's equivalent to a Major General, while for a Brigadier General, with Air Force, they are called Air Commodore. So the ranks differ at Army, Air Force, and Navy.
And the Navy, yes.
They differ in insignia and the pronunciation or their names. So with the Army, it's a Major General or a Brigadier General. With the Air Force, it's a Brigadier General, it's equivalent to an Air Commodore. While a Major General, with the Air Force, they call it Air Vice Marshal. While at the Navy, a Brigadier General, it's called Rear Admiral Junior Grade. While for a Major General, it's called Rear Admiral only, not Junior Grade, but it's a Rear Admiral. So those are the officers who are entrusted to be pallbearers. While with those who are carrying the casket or handling the casket, these are formation sergeant majors with the Army. Also with the Air Force, it's also called formation sergeant major or regimental sergeant major. But when it comes to the Navy, the term, it's a different term that they use. It's either a master at arms or command at master at arms, but they are all equivalent. So those are the members who are handling the casket.
The casket
to get to the gun carriage, and then make sure that it reach the gravesite.
All right then. Well, Colonel Shilumbu, we will be here just giving an overview of what's happening at the Heroes Acre. But let's now cross over to the proceedings. Just as Colonel Shilumbu explained, that the burial site is quite upstairs, and that's where the late president will be laid to rest. And let's now cross over to the Heroes Acre and see how the proceedings, and take in the proceedings rather.
But maybe the angle is not right, but please, there is something that I can see there.
Well, Colonel, just as you explained that the pallbearers are now getting ready, just as we witnessed, just as we saw on the overlays or the visuals, rather, to take the casket onto the final resting place. If you can just take us through the procession from where they are right now to the final site.
The casket has just been loaded on a gun carriage. And even yesterday, I mentioned it, that with a state funeral, it makes provision for the casket to be carried on a gun carriage, which is a symbolic value of a state funeral, plus also the number of gun salute that will be fired in honor of the late president. But with an official funeral, it's different. With official funeral, we don't see the gun carriage coming in. That is the difference between the two funerals, especially when it comes to the military to carry out the funeral out. So in case of an official funeral, the casket, it's carried by hand only. It comes either with a different car called a waza, but not with a gun carriage. It's not on a gun carriage. But also with the official funeral, what we get, it's you don't get gun salute, but you get volleys. And volleys are shot with small arms. Small arms are AK-47s, while with a gun salute, those are fired with artillery weapons. Those are the gun salute. The visuals that we see now, we see that the pall bearers, these are the major generals and the brigadier generals, air vice marshal, and the rear admiral. On your screen, on your left, you can see first is Major General Petrus Nathinge, then Air Vice Marshal Theophilus Shainde, the Air Force Commander, and then next to him.
To interrupt you, Colonel, on that, as our team at the site is ready, and let's cross over to them, and then we'll continue the commentary a little bit later on. So just stay with us here in studio, Colonel Shilumbu.
I'm here with you.
Move the casket to its final resting place, its burial. And the burial is going to take place at the top. And we're joined here by the director of the National Heritage Council, Erica Ndalikokule. And she's going to tell us a little bit about what is going to transpire at the top over there. Erica, first of all, what is fundamentally different from where the president is going to be buried from the other burial places?
Okay. Good morning, viewers, fellow mourners. The question is to the significant difference in terms of the place where we are going to lay our departed president to rest, is that we are moving up to the top of the burial site, where there is space specifically identified and designated for the burial to take place. Definitely most of it will be easier to explain while we get there. But as of the moment, perhaps what we have been observing at the site is that there has been different marches from the uniformed staff, and they are still visible on site. So we will then be able to speak more in details when we get to that specific place. Thank you.
Okay, so basically there already the cameras will be showing those two houses. So we are saying that he's going to be buried in one of those covered places. Is that right?
Yes, that's actually where everybody is actually going to gather this morning for the final resting place.
Okay, so the final
that has
resting
been
place,
selected
viewers, is fundamentally different from all the others in the sense that his is going to be covered. It's going to have a roof, which is not the same of all the other graves. But the casket is going to slowly make its way to the top. The space at the top is very limited. So only the heads of states and of course the family will be allowed to go to the top. Of course, not excluding his close political allies, cabinet ministers, etc. The rest of the public will have to watch it on their screens or on the screens that have been set up here, because there just isn't enough space at the top to accommodate everybody. There is a huge crowd here, easily estimated well into 20,000. So the people of Namibia have come out in their droves to come and say farewell to their president. His death and, of course, his burial will effectively mark the end of an era in Namibia's political history. So it has been illustrious. It has been an illustrious journey for President Hage Geingob, a journey that began in the 60s, and went on when he went into exile, a journey that was colorful by any stretch of the imagination, a journey where he cut his political teeth, a journey that shaped and molded the man that President Hage Geingob was going to become: the family man, the politician, the Pan-Africanist, the educator, the inspirator. All these are characteristics that marked the man, and this will be his legacy.
Indeed, a very, very lasting legacy, a legacy that he emphasized when he was in office, because there was this continuation of leadership and a transition between a founding president to the second president of the republic, and now to the third president, and we have seen a peaceful transition to the fourth president. And so on that basis, really a lasting legacy where one leader carries on the torch and then hands over to a successive leader. And also in keeping with this whole theme around transitions, the end of a legacy or an end of an era is really all about the fact that these liberation stalwarts, these activists that gave so much of themselves to liberate their countries, they are now in their late season, and that means that the younger population, the younger leaders need to fill those spaces. They also need to equip themselves. They need to make sure that when they occupy those spaces, they are able to acquit themselves very well. And we have seen when the youth is entrusted with several responsibilities, they are equal to the task. So President Hage Geingob legacy will be one that we will forever cherish. It will be one that history books will obviously judge and assess in terms of his time in office, the challenges that he experienced as commander-in-chief, but as the executive leader of the executive arm of the state, and one that will obviously be criticized for one reason or the other. So we leave that to historians to do that bit of work. For us here is celebrating a legacy and the wholeness and the fullness of his life story. The First Lady last night saying, born a peasant, dying a president. What a strong, strong life story.
Absolutely. An inspiring one, and that indeed should be his legacy. as it has been the legacy of all those stalwarts that have gone before him. So, as we say, we are marking the end of an era, and this will mark the end of a solid 3 weeks in which the Namibian nation has had to come to terms with the death of their president, and they've had to come to terms with the sudden departure of this man that they regarded as their father in so many ways. But it must be particularly painful for his family, his friends. The president is also survived by his elder brother and his younger sister. And they are also here today, as well as the children. And they have had to publicly or mourn and grieve their father and their husband in the full glare of the media. And this could not have been easy. In fact, when the president lay in state at his private residence, and where a family memorial service was held at Casa Rosalia, the private residence, the cameras were asked to be turned off so as to allow this moment of privacy for the family to grieve. And this was totally understandable because the process has been in the full glare of the media, in the full glare of the public, since the announcing of his death on the 4th of February.
And those moments are indeed required, those moments where the family can be on their own. The former First Lady making reference to seeking professional help when that is required. Dealing with news of this nature may not always be easy. As human beings, we may always put up a brave face. However, there could be some things that we need to be dealing with, and therefore seeking professional help, mental health professionals may actually help. But we are seeing some of the dignitaries making their way all the way to the top, using the stairs that are here for those that are physically active and are able to make it to the top. We have seen the founding president, the former president, taking their vehicles. Obviously, they are in advanced age, but the rest of the dignitaries here making their way up on their own. The public is able to watch proceedings with screens, we understand, that have been put up at Heroes Acre.
We had a number of heads of state, 17 to be exact, heads of state and heads of government that arrived in Namibia to pay their last respects to President Geingob. Now, many of them would have left already, and I think those that are here are those that were particularly close to Namibia, that had close ties to Namibia, and as well as former presidents. The president of Angola is here, and of course, Namibia and Angola share a very, very close relationship. They shared trenches during the liberation struggle. So President João Lourenço of Angola is here, and he will be making his way to the gravesite for the burial. The president of Zambia, President Hichilema, is also here. I don't know if the cameras can capture this, but we see the brother of President Geingob making his way down the stairs, and he is making his way to the burial site. This is the brother of President Geingob. He's also accompanied by President Geingob's sister.
Talking about international leaders as well, one of the things that we know is that the president really invested heavily in maintaining some of those relationships, and really they became not really just official relations, but friendships that were formed. For instance, with the president of Botswana, we understand there were regular calls that were being made between the two of them, and that sort of investment has really paid off. That personal investment in relationship building has really paid off, and we can see how, for instance, between between Namibia and Botswana, you don't require a passport; you just require an identification document, for instance, to enter into that country. So that means those two leaders really invested in the relationship, and that sort of that sort of experience can also be detected between South Africa and Namibia, where liberation movements, ANC and SWAPO, obviously share common bonds, and leaders that were in the same countries. For instance, Thabo Mbeki and President Hage Geingob, for instance, were in Lusaka at particular points in time. And therefore, you can call on them when things really get very difficult. And so that is an end of an era, as we are seeing other leaders coming up in those respective countries as well. Earlier on, we saw the former president of Mozambique.
Joaquim Chissano.
Yes, he has also remained behind, and Mozambique, obviously, and Namibia, and Zimbabwe, and South Africa, Angola, former liberation movements, became liberation governing parties in their respective countries. And now there is an alliance that has been formed where they share notes on how to get things done in their respective countries as well.
Absolutely. I mean, these relationships, as you were saying, were forged decades ago when they all found themselves as refugees and freedom fighters in countries like Tanganyika and later Zambia, and then Angola after Angola became independent. So these relationships were forged in many of these countries, and they've been forged over decades, and they were driven by a common goal, which was the independence of Southern Africa and Africa, at large. So, and they have maintained these relationships long after the countries became independent. And this is what has contributed to the peace and stability in Southern Africa. It has to be said.
Yeah, I mean, the other leader is just a call away, and in some cases, just 1 hour flight away. So there is an appreciation of those common bonds and the need for those relationships to be well maintained. And we are hoping that the next generation of leaders will continue to value those friendships. They will continue to maintain those people-to-people relationships, because that's what statecraft is all about.
In fact, President Mbeki put it, former President Mbeki of South Africa, put it very eloquently when he said that it takes somebody like Hage, who has integrity, and somebody who is a revolutionary to be able to forge the path that he wanted to see for Africa, the Africa we want to see. And it takes somebody who was schooled and who grew up in as a revolutionary. So that is very significant indeed.
A commitment from President Nangolo Mbumba yesterday saying, look, some of these policies of President Geingob will continue in his administration as well. So it's a transactional leadership that President Mbumba is bringing to the fore. You might not see policies being upended, things being changed left, right, and center. You're seeing a continuation of policies, a continuation of friendships and cooperation on the international front as well.
You can see the huge crowd on your screens. They are braving the sun to come and pay their last respects to the president, and nothing was going to stop them indeed. And there is a good scene of the crowd, easily 20,000 at least. So they have filled Heroes Acre to the capacity.
And we don't see this scene often. You see it during independence celebrations, for instance. When there's a swearing in of a new president, you see these sort of scenes where Namibians come in numbers. So it is testament to just how Namibians loved their president.
Indeed. This is the gun carriage, and it is waiting to make its way to the top. The gun carriage was stationed here in front of the eternal flame. This is where the eternal flame is, and this is where the majority of foreign delegates, dignitaries, and of course Namibian dignitaries. This is where they were, and now the gun carriage will make its way to the top of the two mausoleums where the president will be laid to rest.
And when we're using the word that particular word, please say it again. I don't want to massacre the English language, not on this particular occasion.
The mausoleum.
Yes. They are not typical
mausoleums, yes.
Yes, as we see them in other parts of the world. And obviously there's a unique Namibian touch to them, and obviously this is something that we will be able to see in the next few moments as the carriage is taken all the way to the top.
Yes, indeed, and we still have the director of the National Heritage Council with us, so she will be able to take us through of what is happening and where he is being laid to rest once we get to that point. Joined us, you are watching the final, the burial of the late Namibian President, Dr. Hage Geingob, and we're here at Heroes Acre. Here you can see the gun carriage, and it is preparing to make its way to the top of Heroes Acre, where the president will be laid to rest. Yes, this information is particularly aimed at those of our viewers who are joining us on YouTube, joining us on the NBC app, which is NBC Plus, which you can also download, particularly for viewers in the diaspora. You can also follow the proceedings. This is President Hichilema Hakainde Hichilema of Zambia, and he is one of the presidents that is going to assist at the top.
As soon as the dignitaries have made their way up, we will hand you over to the last remaining program that is still being led ably by the Minister of Defense and the Prime Minister of the Republic. Both of them yesterday sharing that responsibility and today carrying over these particular duties until they are concluded. It's the President of DRC, I believe.
Democratic Republic of Congo. Yes, Felix Tshisekedi, indeed, also one of the presidents that is giving the honor of attending the burial.
President of DRC yesterday also delivering a tribute on behalf of the people of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. This is the former Prime Minister of Kenya, Raila Odinga.
Former President of Kenya.
Former Prime Minister.
Oh, no, Prime Minister. Raila Odinga, yes.
President Uhuru Kenyatta, former President Uhuru Kenyatta, was not able to make it. However, the current President William Ruto came to Namibia yesterday and also made a tribute. That is the President of Mozambique.
We also have the Emir of Qatar, who is here, Emir Al Thani, and he's here. First of all, he was a close friend of President Geingob, but more than that, Qatar also has economic interests in Namibia, and it has been one of the few Middle East countries that has invested quite heavily in Namibia, namely in the petroleum sector. They were part of those that funded the
For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Father, who created you out of the dust of the earth, may our Lord Jesus Christ, who by his blood redeemed you, may the Holy Spirit, who by baptism sanctified you to be his temple, keep you in the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Okay, so we can move away. Yeah, okay, we can perhaps stand somewhere there.
Ambassador Ipumbu, who is the Chief of Protocol, served in this particular role under President Geingob, still continuing to direct the protocol on this occasion. And we saw all of the former Chief of Protocol coming to also pay their respects, including Ambassador Muvangwa, who is now serving in Brazil, Ambassador Nandango, who is now serving in Angola, and also joined by Ambassador Ipumbu.
Ambassador Salma Shipala is also here.
Yes.
Who came all the way from Ghana. The High Commissioner of Namibia to London, Ambassador Linda Scott is also here. So we have a lot of our ambassadors who have come over to pay their last respects. Now the Defence Force is going to proceed to the covering. Once that has been
we expect a slab to be placed over the grave. It is not going to be covered with sand, and this is usually done Okay, I might be giving you misleading information regarding the sand issue. We expect it will be covered with sand, but at a later stage. Right now, it is just a slab that will be placed over. In addition to the national institutions coming in an exemplary manner to really give a fitting farewell to the the former president, we have also had assistance from neighboring countries, in particular Zambia. The all-weather friend of Namibia sent some military officials to assist in guiding some of the processes that we are witnessing today, in particular because they have had a history of experiencing a sitting president passing on, as well as a former president as well. So Zambia, Namibia's all-weather friend, coming to our aid.
At this point in time, the Defense Force is going to cover the grave, and then the head of state is going to give the accoutrements, in other words, the flags and the other symbols of his presidency will then be given to the widow. And thereafter, there will be the laying of wreaths.
And that will be done in a very particular order. And the widow will have an opportunity to lay a wreath. The former
Yes, she will be the
president.
first to lay the wreath, and then that will be followed by the head of state.
Yes, and then the former president, Nyoma, former president
Yes.
Pohamba, and also the Speaker of the National Assembly, Chairperson of the National Council, the Chief Justice, all laying wreaths.
The vote of thanks is going to be given by Judge Petrus Damasep, and he will be giving it on behalf of the family. The judge is also a very long-standing friend of the Geingobs. He, in fact, was also a student, a former student of UNIN before he was sent abroad to complete his studies.
I now invite the NDF to assist with the covering of the grave.
The symbolic dust to dust, earth to earth, and dust to dust, symbolically putting sand on her husband's casket, the First Lady. This ceremony will effectively bring us to the end of the burial of the late President Hage Geingob. The founding president, Dr. Sam Nujoma, going to put the symbolic sand on the grave.
President of the Republic, Hifikepunye Pohamba, also following the same ritual, giving his honors. Yesterday, recalling how he met the late president in Tsumeb, and that particular meeting obviously left a mark because he recalled that the former president was a remarkable person.
These are the
children of
yes,
the
indeed.
Former president. Quite a difficult moment this is for them as well.
This is the younger sister of Dr. Geingob. The Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Peter Kachavivi.
Professor Kashavivi did not teach at the United Nations Institute for Namibia.
No.
He was representing SWAPO in London.
That's right. This is the son, the firstborn son, Mangaliso Geingob. Spitting image of his father. This is his daughter.
Yes, Your Excellencies, the President is inviting the heads of delegations from SADC and the chairperson of the AU
daughter,
to proceed to the gravesite to join him in
Tangos
performing the
Geingob.
last rites.
Geingos. This is Hage Jr., Hage Geingob Jr., his last born son. This is Oshoveli, his second daughter.
The Chief Justice and the chairperson of the National Council, I take it that the Speaker is already at the gravesite. You may join. I think the chairperson of the traditional authorities, you may also proceed.
That's his granddaughter, his first granddaughter, Naomi. That's his, one of his sons, Nino Kalondo. There you see President Emerson Mnangagwa with the ubiquitous scarf of the Zimbabwean colors, preparing to make his way with President Ramaphosa. No.
Yes, it is. And just behind is the chairperson of the AU Commission. And this is the vice president.
Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah.
General retired.
Retired General.
Retired General Ndaitwah.
Tenga Ndaitwah. Indeed.
President of Angola.
Jean Lourenço Gonçalves. A fairly close friend of President Geingob, and of course the First Lady. A close friend of President Geingob. They consulted regularly. They also saw each other regularly. In fact, when the heroes were repatriated from Angola and Zambia, President João Lourenço was the defense minister at the time, and he came to the reburial representing the Angolan government.
A hectic weekend for President Cyril Ramaphosa.
Indeed, indeed.
Weekend activities filled with campaign launches as well as bidding farewell to
his
a brother.
Friend, absolutely. In fact, the president of the AU, the commissioner of the African Union, Ali Faki.
President of Finland, and now President of Germany, who yesterday acknowledged that the genocide is a matter that remains unfinished business between the two countries and that it needs to be dealt with as soon as
Your
possible.
Excellencies, the remaining heads of states and delegation are invited to also go to the gravesite to perform the last rites there. Maybe we just allow the other heads of states who are coming from there to take their seats so that we have space there.
The President of Mozambique, President Nyusi. And First Lady of Mozambique. President of Zambia, kneeling down to say farewell to an elder brother. President of Malawi.
Yes. Lazarus Chakwera. It is a tradition in Zambia and Malawi. You know, the two people share similar traditions. It is a tradition when you put sand, the symbolic sand, you have to kneel.
President of DRC.
Felix Tshisekedi.
The Master of Ceremonies inviting all of the heads of state and government to do what is necessary this afternoon. They made the time, the effort to be here in the country, and therefore this fitting send-off is something that they are equally participating in. The representative of Eswatini, who has been sent by the king,
Dutch President Chivute.
Chief of Justice. He was also a student at the United Nations
He
Institute
was a
for
student
Namibia.
at UNIN, the Chief Justice, and he was taught by many of the people that Dr. Hage recruited.
Madam Sophia Shaningwa, the Secretary General of SWAPO, re-elected for a second term at the last Congress. And this is the chairperson of the National Council, Namibia's upper house of parliament. This is Chief Gossip.
Chief Gossip of the Traditional
Chairperson.
Leaders Council.
Yes. This is the president of Ethiopia.
President of Ethiopia.
I shared the same
Barambuak.
flight with her when she arrived in the country.
Yes.
Quite a very humble servant of her people. This is the president of Ghana.
President Ado. He has come all the way from West Africa. They've had occasion to interact with President Geingob over the years.
So we are trying our best to navigate the monitors in front of us. So if you don't hear us mentioning a representative or a president, it doesn't mean that we don't know them.
But all in all, NBC has done a sterling job in bringing the events around from the announcement of the death of the president to bringing his life stories, to bringing stories of his legacy over the last 3 weeks solidly. NBC has been the go-to institution or the go-to broadcaster to get accurate information about the president and events around the president. The Princess Royal of the United Kingdom.
Princess Anne.
Princess Anne.
Former Mozambican president.
Joaquim Chissano. He shared political trenches with the president from their days in exile.
President Hage Geingob was vested in resolving the crisis in Mozambique. And this is President Thabo Mbeki, former South African president.
South African president. And he was telling us in an interview that they were very close. Former President Olusegun Obasanjo of Nigeria, also one of the elders, which was set up, the Council of Elders set up to resolve African conflicts.
This is the United Nations Deputy Secretary General. The representative of
These are just some of the representatives of the many dignitaries, foreign heads of state, dignitaries that came to pay their last respects to our late president. There you see President Thabo Mbeki, a close friend of the late Hage Geingob, very close indeed. President Olusegun Obasanjo, paying his respects.
credited for returning democracy to Nigeria and leading the peaceful transition from military rule to civilian rule in Nigeria, Africa's most populous nation.
And I think that's testament to, because the King said to me,
a close embrace with the former First Lady. The First Ladies of Africa have really transformed their respective offices into offices that are serving their various countries in meaningful ways. And our First Lady, Monica Geingob, leading on that front, leading a grouping of African First Ladies, coming together to advocate for health issues on the African continent.
Indeed.
And those First Ladies have also come here to, not only because of the connection that they had with President Hage Geingob, but also Madam Geingob in her own capacity as a First Lady. Professor Carlos Lopez, the former head of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and also a very close confidant of President Geingob, has also come to town to come and bid farewell to his friend. He was somebody that was invited by President Geingob to induct his new cabinet in 2015, especially around the economic vision that he had at the time.
Indeed. What you see on your screens are just the foreign dignitaries, the VIPs, who will be paying their last respects.
I saw somebody resembling our Justice Minister,
Yes,
Yvonne
indeed.
Dausab.
That was Yvonne.
And she represented Namibia ably at the International Court of Justice this week.
And still represents Namibia very ably.
The minister in the presidency, and also businesswoman Martha Namujebo Tilahun. In your picture there. The minister in the presidency had the honor of working very closely with the president for the past couple of years. It was quite emotional during the inauguration ceremony of the new president.
Indeed.
She was visibly shaken. And what a time it has been for everyone who worked very closely with the president in the presidency, in the private office of the president. These are men and women that worked day in, day out with the head of state. And now being called upon to organize logistics and other activities.
I'm also being told that Heroes Acre will be closed to the public. So please do not make your way to come and see where the president is buried. It will be closed to the public. The National Heritage Council will make an announcement when the Heroes Acre will reopen. So please, this is to the public at large. Please don't make your way here. Once this ceremony is open, the shrine will be closed.
Please kindly
the
wait
First
for
Lady
a moment. We apologize for the inconvenience.
really seeing these delegations until the wee hours, really, of prominent people that made their way to their residence, and she, without fail, saw each and every single one of them.
Indeed. They're preparing to close the grave now.
So we should now just allow.
there the slab goes over.
Hello. The family members and mourners who want to proceed to go to the gravesite, please welcome to do so now. Those who want to go to the gravesite to put in sand are now free to do that now. You are invited to proceed to the gravesite.
We can see the slab is being put over the grave. They're just preparing to put it now.
So to you asking us questions about the sand, that will obviously come at a later stage.
Exactly.
The spiritual leaders have also supported the Geingob family in person and lifted them up in prayer at every occasion. And really this was a moment that they assisted the nation as well to pay our respects and send off our president. So one of the things that we've been talking about is how institutions have come to the party to send Dr. Geingob and send him well, a befitting send-off to the former head of state. We've talked about the armed forces, but we have also talked about the national broadcaster. This afternoon, I'm delighted to be joined by the chairperson of the Board of Directors of the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation, Mr. Lazarus Jacobs. A very good afternoon to you, chairperson. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Kadembire. Thank you so much for inviting me.
This is the penultimate send-off, a period of 3 weeks in which the institution, the national broadcaster, had to come to the party and deliver exceptional service. How do you assess this whole period from your vantage point?
There was the last 3 weeks were amazing in the sense that all our systems were put through a stress test, both physically, emotionally, in terms of our logistics and so on. And what we had done is we got together with the DG as the board, and we said, look, the eyes of the world will be on Namibia because this is the largest funeral Namibia will ever experience, because it was the demise of a sitting president, our first sitting president. And we told the Director General that whatever it is that you need, we need to make it happen. We went to our shareholder, the ministry, and the executive director, the minister, the deputy minister, they were right on the money. They just said, no, whatever it is, to give our hero, our president, the ultimate respect, and also to bring this funeral to the rest of the world. As you know, we were able to provide this signal for this burial all over Africa, because we received we received almost 28 visiting heads of state and heads of delegations, about 37. And people in African countries wanted to see where their leaders are going, and NBC was the host broadcaster. And I must say, Kadembire, the NBC has done a tremendous job. All the staff members, I was speaking to quite a lot of the colleagues. Some of them haven't slept in the past 54 hours. They haven't slept properly, but they understood the enormity of this. And also we're busy writing history, because this is the first sitting head of state to pass away. And we are recording that. And that's Namibia to the world. And I must really congratulate and thank all the colleagues of the NBC, whether it's the Director General to the person who is just passing on the water, and colleagues like yourself who are then becoming the voice and the visuals of what people are experiencing here at Heroes Acre.
Obviously, one of the things that needed investment is the technological platform, the technology to undertake a massive production of this scale. What do you have to say to that, and just the investment that had to be made?
So a lot has been, I've been following some of the information on social media, and people say, "Oh, NBC must have borrowed cameras from other people." That is not true. Everything that you see here was brought to you by the Namibian Broadcasting Corporation. People were surprised that we are actually broadcasting in high definition. Since August last year, we've been testing our signals, and I must really thank the Director General and his team. But especially the Director General, he's been pushing and said we need to go HD throughout all our channels. And I want to assure Namibians, what you're seeing on your screen is by Namibians and for Namibians. And we have a dedicated team of more than 500 people who are committed to deliver our mandate. In terms of the financial investment, NBC was in the process of investing. We must thank our shareholder. They supported our capital budget because we told them we need to go with the times. We need to be able to be a high definition broadcaster. We need to be a digital broadcaster. And we saw a lot of messages, even people in the diaspora outside the continent who are following live on all our platforms. So that's the investment that we have made, which made it possible. And it's going to be like this from now on. And like I said, the burial of our president provided us an opportunity, and I don't want it to sound opportunistic, but to showcase what NBC has been doing in terms of growth.
And what do you make of some of the pictures that we have seen? I saw a picture of a television set being put out under a tree with a generator for public members in rural parts of this country to just watch these proceedings.
So that speaks to the men we are burying, or we have buried this afternoon, Hage. Everybody used to call him Hage. He was their president. He was a people's president. And one thing that people are constantly saying is Hage made the presidency accessible to Namibians. Not that the others were not, but he was a different personality. He was a sports guy, he was a music guy, he was dancing and so on. And he was able to open not just his heart, but his office to the ordinary Namibians to feel like that's my leader, and I can go and sit in a shibin next to him and we can sing, or I can sit in a shibin next to him and we can watch a football match. What you are seeing, what we are seeing, the images of these people who are saying, I want to be part of this man called Hage Geingob. I want to be part of that burial, and I will do whatever it is. I will do whatever it takes to make sure that I bury this man, and I will not miss it. Kadembire is one of those moments you're going to ask yourself two questions one day. Where were you when you heard that His Excellency passed away? The second, did you watch his burial? And I don't think anybody wanted to miss it. You know, I don't think anybody wanted to miss it. It's the same thing they did with the Queen of England. The British felt, where were you when that happened? You know, and this is, like I said, this is the largest burial Namibia has ever experienced. Yeah.
Indeed, history-making stuff that we are witnessing. And just a last question. Now that you have set the standards, obviously maintaining them should be the order of the day. What is your promise to Namibians out there?
I have no doubt whatsoever that we can maintain these standards. For those of our compatriots who've been following NBC, you will see that NBC for the past 2-3 years has been on a trajectory for growth, and it has been on the trajectory to make sure that we bring quality content for Namibians. Now, here is the consolation, if you want to call it. Everybody who's involved in this program, everybody who's involved in this broadcasting, are people who work for the NBC or are freelancers for the NBC. So there's no outside influence here. You can say, oh, if those people leave, then we're back. No. The standard has been set. Everybody is all hands on deck, and I can assure Namibians, things are just going to get better and better. You've seen it when we've done what we've done with the AFCON, brought it, how we're able to engage all 14 regions of the country in the AFCON, where we had broadcasts live from different fan parks all over the country, not just in Windhoek. And also you've seen it during our December broadcast last year, how we're able to bring news broadcasts and all kinds of current affairs programs around Christmas and the holiday from all kinds of regions. So Kadembire, this is a show of things to come. We're just going to get bigger and bigger with the support of obviously of our primary shareholder, which is the Ministry of MICT, and obviously with our viewers. And I just want to urge Namibians that this is your product. You know, let's stop looking for other excuses. I know they did not do that, or they bought new cameras. NBC didn't buy a new camera, and NBC just got a digital signal. And that's what we've been trying to work towards throughout that. As Namibia, we needed to do a digital migration from analog. And we've been in that process for the past 7 years, and this is a culmination of that and what people can see on their screens right now.
Everything rises and falls on leadership.
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairperson, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon and relating to us your experience as one of the institutions that had really to come to the party.
Thank you, Kadembire. And I really want to say thank you, Ms. Apolles, Ricardo, and all the colleagues. I wish Namibians could see what's going on behind the scenes here. And everybody is working with a smile on their face, because this is, you can see, this is a labor of love, and it's also, there's also a huge air of patriotism. They are doing this because they are Namibians, and I really want to thank you on behalf of the board and everybody. I want to thank you, and on behalf of Namibians, I want to thank you for the sacrifices you've made. Thank you so much.
Chairperson of the national broadcaster, Lazarus Jacobs, there, with a few words on this team that has delivered a very successful product over the past 3 weeks. At this point in time, where are we? Maybe let's fill you in. What has been happening is that public members have now made their way to the top. They also want to personally witness these occasions, and what is likely to happen in the next few moments or so is that there will be the laying of the wreaths. As we pointed out, that is something that is done at occasions of this nature, and therefore
before that, it was announced by the director of ceremony that the instruments that were used by the late president, the flag and the instruments as commander-in-chief, the accoutrements as they're called, will then be handed over now to the former First Lady and widow. And this is what they're preparing to do now.
I'm sure it's too early to talk of a presidential library, but I mean, from the residence, the pictures that one saw, I mean, there is a connection obviously to academia and writing and books and publishing and what have you. So you would want all of those memories to be reduced into some sort of a product.
Yes.
Idi Nashandi, where are you? We want the name list. Oh, you are here. We are the program, the ceremony, the laying wreath ceremony has started. It is starting with Madam Geingob. She is the first to lay the wreath.
Yes, we're going towards the laying of the wreaths. It's not.
Let me just get an indication. Shipanga, give us an indication to invite.
Okay, so we can invite the First Lady. They are there? Yes.
I have already.
Coming from that side. This one, it will be our backup if they get finished that side. Okay. Just give us because they're already busy going to leave. So we invite the First Lady. Madam Monica Geingob, the First Lady.
I have already done so.
Yes, the First Lady.
Who's next?
His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mumba.
They're getting ready to, they're placing the wreaths, and they will now go and lay the wreaths. There is the former First Lady who has just laid her wreath.
Your Excellency. Hello. We are inviting His Excellency, His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, President of the Republic of Namibia, to lay the wreath. Been a traumatic experience for the Namibian people. It has also been traumatic, obviously, for the family. How would you describe the way the Namibian public has behaved over these last few days? Next will be.
We saw an outpouring of love, an outpouring of love, really. I can sum it in that way, because we saw that whatever divided us was not impactful in the bigger scheme of things, and what brought us together is a moment such as this one, and Namibians really have come together very, very strongly, and more so because we are laying a president who, in his first election, enjoyed 87% of the popular vote. So he was well liked by Namibians from across the political divide. So that was not a surprise for me. But importantly, it's the friends of Namibia that I saw in this moment, because the president always said, look, we're a friend of all and an enemy to none. And you can see even with this particular ceremony, You have representatives from the United States. You have representatives from Cuba. So that tells you all that enemies can come together in this fashion and really pay respects to these son of the Namibian soil in the manner.
And a great African, a great Pan-Africanist. In fact, although we did not see outpourings of grief per se, Namibians, it was more a celebration of his life, a celebration of this great man. If you remember, when they were taking the procession through the streets of Windhoek, particularly in Kadatura, the crowds just came out in their thousands to line the streets, and they all started clapping as his funeral cortege drove past. They were all clapping. So to me, that symbolized a celebration of his life, saying thank you for what you've done for this country. Thank you for leading us through, for leading us basically, for being a good leader, etc. Would you agree?
Totally, totally. I mean, even after his death, there were spontaneous services that were just being held by random people, not even through the official channels. And government had needed to step in and say, look, let's structure this better. And it spoke to how people wanted to say goodbye, but importantly, how they wanted to celebrate this life story, these achievements, these accomplishments.
We are now inviting.
This is the founding president who has just laid his wreath.
Yes, indeed.
We also have to make allowances for their ages. These leaders that have been with us for many years, and we forget that they're also human. They're human beings, and they do have a lifespan. And this is just the natural course of things taking over. This is nature. And many, of course, are not used to seeing the founding president like this. But we have to remember that age is taking over, and there is nothing anybody can do, unfortunately.
We were quite fortunate to have, our founding president, our second president, our third president almost completing his entire term for 35 solid years. I mean, other countries have not been that fortunate. Zambia has been quite fortunate with Kenneth Kaunda, the founding president, living for so long. Robert Mugabe living for so long. They had their longevity. But others are quite not fortunate. So we need to really be grateful.
The other thing we need to be grateful for as a country, as a nation, is the peace and stability that has characterized Namibia since independence. And this has been no less because of people like President Nyoma, President Pahamba, and President Hage. This has been one of the hallmarks of Namibia, the peace and stability. This is President Masisi of Botswana, who said that Hage was his older brother. In fact, he was lamenting the fact that he would no longer be able to bounce things off President Hage. He had wanted him to be there for longer so that he could advise him and he could bounce issues of him.
Obviously, one of the interesting developments and dynamics is democracy in the southern parts of Africa. South Africa is going to elections in May. Botswana is also having an elective year. So is Namibia. Democracy and democratic principles well entrenched in the sub-region.
Indeed, indeed. Yes, and so this is the Vice President, Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah. In fact, SADC can actually be held up as a beacon of democracy. You know, all the SADC countries have very successfully transitioned into full-fledged democratic institutions and democratic states, where democratic institutions are guaranteed by the Constitution. The region has definitely been a beacon of democracy. And these are countries that were formerly didn't have democratic institutions, where you had one-party states for many years, and that have now transitioned into democracies. Malawi comes to mind. So does Malawi comes to mind. So does Angola. So does Zambia under the one-party system. But they have successfully transitioned into democracies. And that is something to be commended. It is really something to be commended. And as we forge closer ties, I think the region will be very powerful indeed. If you look at what you mentioned earlier, that Botswana and Namibia have signed an agreement where literally we have no borders. We can move into Botswana freely with just our identity cards. Now that is a first, and that is really incredible, which means that these two countries have laid the foundation for closer ties between African countries.
Chairman of our traditional council.
Professor Peter Kashavivi was once interviewed, why is he going for a second term as Speaker? He said, I want to preside over the National Assembly in tandem with the President, my friend, Hage Geingob. And we know that he has indicated he won't be available for elective office anymore. So it's quite also a period of transition for these liberation stalwarts as well, as they give way to other Namibians to occupy these spaces.
Indeed. In fact, yes, he wasn't going to, as you said, he did say that he's not going to stand again. And in fact, his term would have ended with the elections and the swearing in of the new president, which is when President Geingob was also going to retire. But unfortunately, fate would have it otherwise.
And the other friend in that trio, President Angolo Mbuba, also indicating to all and sundry that he's just here to complete the term of his friend.
Absolutely.
No other ambition.
He has no designs on any position, etc.
Chief of the Defense Force. Next.
He's the chairperson of the Council of Traditional Leaders, Chief Kasep. Chief
Kaseb.
Kasep, yes.
Chief Kaseb.
The armed forces bidding farewell to their commander-in-chief.
of thanks.
Yes. And then the national salute.
An announcement by the Director of Ceremonies, no benedictions.
That concludes the laying wreath ceremony. Our next in the program is the vote of thanks. I would like to invite the Right Honorable Prime Minister.
Going to move the vote of thanks on behalf of the family.
The vote
The
of thanks
Deputy
will
Chief
be
Justice
given-
Damaset also served
by
as an
Justice
assistant
Damaset.
to the then Prime Minister,
Justice Damaset
served
here.
in the Cabinet Secretariat, worked closely with Dr. Geingob before going into private practice and starting his own law firm, and then thereafter serving on the bench for many years before his appointment to the leadership of the judiciary.
That's right. As we were saying earlier, he comes from exile with
Before that,
the late
Justice
president,
Damaset, I saw him.
including
I suppose
Chief
he was
Justice
informed.
Shivute, who studied
Now,
who studied
if
at
he's not,
UNIN.
if he's not here, I would like to invite the Prime Minister to do some
As
announcements.
did the Minister of Home Affairs, Albert Kawana, also studied at UNIN.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency President Nangolo Mbumba and Madam Mbumba, Madam Monica Genkos, the widow of our departed president, his children, grandchildren, and the rest of the bereaved family. Your Excellencies, the former president, the founding president, and the second president, and your respective spouses. Your Excellency, the vice president, and Mr. Ndaitwa. May I, Your Excellency President Masisi and Madam, and all the dignitaries, foreign dignitaries that are still here with us. May I stand on the protocol that is established already. Now we have come to the end of the official program of the State Funeral Service for our late President, Dr. Hage Geingob. I wish to thank all our citizens, firstly, for that show of love and solidarity during the entire period of sending off our departed president. As a government, we are grateful to all their excellencies, heads of states and government, and other foreign dignitaries for coming to condole with us, leaving their important preoccupations back in their countries. We also appreciate those who sent condolences messages and could not come personally. We have received material and logistical support from neighboring countries such as the Republic of Angola, the Republic of Botswana, and the Republic of Zambia, as well as from a number of Namibian corporates and individuals. We are most grateful for that. The President of Angola also sent a contingent of his Air Force to join the Namibian counterparts to give a final salute to our departed president. So 4 of the 7 fighters that flew past were from Angola. We still remember when the Angolan president escorted the remains of our liberation struggle veterans who died and were buried in Angola during our liberation struggle, whose remains were exhumed for reburial here at Heroes Acre. He came with them. A number of countries declared a mourning period in honor of our departed president, and they include the Republic of Botswana, the Republic of Kenya, and the United Kingdoms. We are most grateful for that. I should thank the preparatory committee, which took care of the logistical arrangements to ensure a befitting send-off for our departed president. And I thank all the Namibians for standing together in this difficult period. We really, acted like a united people, and we should remain that way. That's the befitting way to honor the legacy of our departed president. Lastly, but by no means the least, I want to thank the family of Dr. Geingob the widow, the children, the extended family, for accommodating the state in the arrangements for the send-off of their loved one, agreed to take the second place, just as they have done throughout the life of public service of Dr. Geingob. By so doing, they have enabled us as a nation to mourn a man who by his life of public service became a family member of the broad Namibian family. May the soul of our dear President, Dr. Hage Geingob, continue to rest in perfect peace. The program, the official program, is now concluded. We wish travel mercies to all those who will travel back to their respective countries and home. Okay. So I'm just reminded to specify the specific support that we got from some of the countries, the neighboring countries that I have talked about. So Botswana gave us 49 vehicles and 20 motorbikes. 49 vehicles and 20 motorbikes. And the president is here. And he also came immediately after the announcement of death. In my culture, we call it Oshitondoka. We say the neighbor is like your neck bone. So because that is the person that first arrives at the scene before your parents do. Maybe they are very far away. So they came, President Masisi was here, President Ramaphosa was here. So these are neighbors really showing that we are brothers and sisters. Thank you very much, we appreciate that. And of course, the number of the items that we got from Angola, I think I can be assisted also. They provided the tents. They also sponsored the number of vehicles in addition to the fighters that flew past. So really, these neighboring countries stood by us during this difficult hour. And Zambia shared its experience. So they sent a contingency here of personnel to advise us on how to deal with this situation, which we have never dealt with before. So we thank everyone. And I said even countries out of Africa declared a period of mourning. And those countries included also the neighboring states, like I said, of Botswana, of Kenya. Thank you very much, we appreciate it, and Zambia. So with all of that support that we have gotten, dear Namibians and family members, it should be well with our souls. In spite of the pain and sorrow that engulf us, it is well with us, and it shall be well with us. I thank you all, and good afternoon. Now, informally, when everything is finished there would be an opportunity for everybody to go and see the grave. Thank you.
Allow the president to come back, then we do the benediction and then
Okay, now I invite His Excellency the President to come and join the mourners here so that we can do the concluding rites. So Bishop Cabe would assist us to do the benediction, and I would like to invite him